Master, and the only way to which we can obtain pure devotion. I bow down at his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. Grace one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic reminiscence. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and master of devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us and give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds, and may take shelter of your lotus feet.
Prabhupada ki Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Tila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Tila Prabhupada Shri Guru Chanam Na Padma Kevala Bhakti Shatma Shri Guru Chanam Padma Kevala Bhakti Shatma Andamo Isavadana Ate Andamo Isavadana Mate Jahana Prasadevaya Bhavatoriya Jahana Prasadevaya Bhavatoriya Jaya Prapti Oya Oite Krishna Prapti Oya Oite Guru Mukha Vakya Chitte Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Vakya Chitte Koriya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Koriya Kya Guru Agana Koriyo Mane Asha Agana Koriyo Mane Asha Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Guru Charane Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Prasade pure sarva Prasade pure sarva Prasade pure sarva Asha Prasade pure sarva Sakudana diloje Jame jame Prabhu se Sakudana diloje Jame jame Prabhu se Divya Gyanari de Prakashito Gyanari de Prakashito Gyanari de Prakashito Hemamati jaite Avidya vinasa jate Hemamati jaite Avidya vinasa jate Yahara charito Gai Yahara charito Siguro Karuna Sindhu Adamajana Bandhu Siguro Karuna Sindhu Adamajana Bandhu Loke Rajivana Lokana Loke Rajivana Prabhu Karodoya Deo More Pada Chaya Prabhu Karodoya Deo More Pada Chaya Prabhu Karodoya Deo More Pada Chaya Eveya Sagusu de Bhavana Eveya Sagusu de Bhavana Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Guru Puja Ki Nama Om Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Shunyavadi Paschatya Dejatarine Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gaura Hari Bal, Gaura Hari Bal, Jai Gaura Hari Bal, Jai Gaura Hari Bal. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Kila Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Kila Prabhupada. Kacharya Sotra Sata Shri Srimadavai Chararvinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki Eskama Videvi Fandaracharya Srila Prabhupada ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Premise Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivashadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhana ki Raja Bhumi Vrindavan Dham ki, Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki, Jagannathpuri Dham ki, Radhadesh Dham ki, Ganga Maya Yamuna Mai ki, Srimati Tulasi Maharani ki, Srimati Bhakti Devi ki, Harinama Sankirtan Yagya ki, Brihad Mridanga ki, Shamaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki, Tagora Premanande. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glory to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to Sri Guru Sri Gauranga.
something? I'm in settings. Oh, okay. I'm just trying to adjust the settings for and I go into settings like I usually do, or display, and then, oops. Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay. Hare Krishna Prabhus. Welcome back to our Founder Acharya series. And this is the last lesson of what I call Abhideya, deepening our commitment to Srila Prabhupada's mission. And here we are, finding our mission in his mission. So let's all say, Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Prabhupada once again at the manor, looking very meditative. As Arjuna became confused about his duty on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, sooner or later we all become confused on the battlefield of life. Hence, the Bhagavad Gita's timeless appeal. To find our mission in Srila Prabhupada's mission, let's first look at the challenge of knowing who we are and what our duty is. Quote, "Know thyself," the philosopher Socrates admonished his students, for, quote, "the unexamined life is not worth living." And who am I? Quote, "Immortal soul," Socrates asserted. When the Athenian court sentenced him to death for disrespecting the gods, the sophists and the epicures of ancient Greece, Socrates was unafraid. There's this famous painting on the left, The Death of Socrates. "How shall we bury you?" a tearful friend asked. "Any way you like," Socrates replied. "That is, if you can catch me, and I don't slip through your fingers." Srila Prabhupada appreciated that Socrates was fearless in the face of death because he knew he was imperishable spirit, not the perishable body. Nearly 2 millennia later, so that was around 400 BC, nearly 2 millennia later, another now famous, quote, self appeared in Shakespeare's Hamlet. Quote, "This above all, to thine own self be true," Polonius advised Laertes. But it was one's worldly interests, not the immortal soul, that Polonius had in mind, an earthbound self. So we start with spirit, understanding of self from Socrates. Then as Kali Yuga advances, we have an earth, kind of a mental construct. And then today, the degradation continues as Kali Yuga advances. Shri Radha Gopinath ki. The downgrade continues today with, for example, Self magazine. Do you have Self magazine in Belgium? No? Okay. Well, in the checkout lines, at the supermarket in America, you see all these gossip sheets, and then you see Self magazine. And on the cover of Self, you can just imagine what's on the cover of Self. Some well-toned bodies, right? Ladies showing off their body and the men showing off their body. And yeah, that's what I say here. Displaying well-toned bodies as the self. Yet, to think of the body as the self, to forever compete, to satisfy its demands, and then simply to die, is no better than polished animal life. Our human capacity for higher consciousness should tell us something. We have a higher calling. I call this next part of the narrative mixed up. In Vedic times, different classes of human beings were born and raised to cooperate to serve the Supreme. Lacking that spiritual focus, today's social classes often conflict, and today's individuals are too often conflicted. As Prabhupada told the World Health Organization in 1974, such a population is called, quote, Varna Sankara, mixed population, unquote. In a word, mixed up. Small wonder that professions like life coaching and occupational therapy have become so popular. To understand who we are and what our duty is, we moderns, typically unconnected to a culture of self-realization, need help. In a spiritual society, the first help are parents. So now we start this journey of putting us in a spiritual society, and it starts with parents. Yeah, I was very happy to find this on Google Images. It's like a mother in ISKCON reading Child Krishna book to her little daughter. Okay, we're going to have we have to have a lady read this. Okay, where's the mic? There we go.
First helpers, spiritual parents. According to the Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.18, we should not become a spiritual master, a father, a mother, or a worshipable demigod, unless we can deliver our dependents from the path of repeated birth and death.
I forgot to put in there, it also said husband, a father, a husband, a mother. Okay, repeated birth and death, that's qualification to be a guardian of anyone. Lecturing on that verse in Mayapur on February 26, 1976, Srila Prabhupada wryly remarked, you know that word wryly, it means dry wit. So Prabhupada wryly remarked, quote, "That is the real contraceptive method. That we are married, undoubtedly, husband and wife, but unless we are competent to give protection, we should not beget children. By contrast, modern groups like the International Planned Parenthood Federation are committed to providing, quote, services like contraception and abortion. Quote, this is Kali Yuga, Prabhupada would observe. I threw this in because I personally saw Prabhupada say this in Pittsburgh, 1972. And Prabhupada started talking about the evils of Kali Yuga. And I was sitting, this is where Prabhupada's sitting, and I was sitting over there. So I was getting a profile shot of Prabhupada. And so he said, this is Kali Yuga. And he just stuck out his hand like somebody with a knife who was going to perform an abortion. And Prabhupada said, even in the womb, they are coming after you with knife. And he started twisting his hand like this, even in the womb. And as he said that, his eyes were bugging out, and I could see from the side his eyeballs bugging out of his sockets. Indeed, embracing a dark future, materialists kill the human opportunity to escape the nightmare of repeated birth and death. In a lecture to a disciple who was a young mother, Prabhupada in a letter to a disciple who was a young mother, Prabhupada underscored the responsibility that comes with that opportunity. So, my god sister Arundhati, who was Pradyumna's wife, Pradyumna was the Sanskrit editor and Arundhati was the typist. And so they had a son. So Arundhati by Pradyumna had Aniruddha, natural name for their son. He's about 1.5 years, and Arundhati was living in Miami, and it was 72. So we were catching on to book distribution by then. And she also loved to do deity worship. So she wrote Prabhupada a letter, and she said, my son is still very small, but would it be all right? I would like to increase my deity worship, and could I give Aniruddha to some friends to watch him while I increase my deity worship? And so Prabhupada was just so surprised that she asked the question. And she said, Prabhupada said, for you, child worship is your deity worship. And then he said this, quote, these children are given to us by Krishna. They are Vaishnavas. Prabhupada's making the point they're coming from the Vaishnava background. That's why they took birth in the Vaishnava family. And we must be very careful to protect them. These are not ordinary children. They are Vaikuntha children. That's where the phrase comes from, this letter. Urmila, who's coming here Friday, she wrote that book, Vaikuntha Children, How to Homeschool Your Children Krishna Conscious Way. They are Vaikuntha children, And we are very fortunate we can give them a chance to advance further in Krishna consciousness. That is a very great responsibility. Your duty is very clear. And then, to underscore the whole point at the end, Prabhupada said, and if you find you cannot take care of your little son adequately, then you send him to me, and I will take care of him. And so Arundhati was like, oh, okay, I get it, you know. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. So, next part I call spiritual teachers. Spiritually minded parents naturally want their children educated by spiritually minded teachers. Such a partnership helps children grow up to be all they can be in devotional service. But knowing what's best for a child takes time and perseverance, even for great teachers, knowing how to educate the child, because children are different. Even for great teachers, consider Dhruva Maharaja's talks with the great teacher, Narada Muni. Ooh. Oh, I should have let you read that. Oh, darn it. Sorry. There it is. Your duty is very clear. Okay. Yeah. So, early ISKCON painting, fourth canto, there's Narada and Dhruva. Dhruva's been insulted by Suruchi. And furious, he goes to his mother Suniti, and Suniti says, well, it's true what Suruchi said. I'm not the favorite queen. I can't help you, but only God can help you. And the sages say they find God in the forest. So, from saints to serpents, sage Narada engages all kinds of embodied beings in devotional service. That's quite a range. Narada Muni is like a super guru. He has such a range. He can instruct even snakes and saints. Sage Narada engages all kinds of embodied beings in devotional service. Yet few have been as precocious as 5-year-old Prince Dhruva. Forbidden by a spiteful stepmother to sit on the lap of his father, King Uttanapad, Dhruva angrily approached his natural mother for help to avenge the insult. Convinced that no one but the Supreme Lord could pacify her son, Dhruva's mother inspired the boy to seek God in the forest. Meeting Dhruva in the wilderness, Narada advised him to go back to his mother and return when he was grown up. In the meantime, Dhruva should live undisturbed and satisfied with his lot as ordained by Providence. Sage advice, acknowledged Dhruva, but because, quote, I am covered by ignorance, this kind of philosophy does not touch my heart. This might be very nice advice for a well-behaved, submissive Brahmin boy. I'm not a Brahmin. I'm a Kshatriya, and I've been insulted. My blood is boiling. So whatever it takes to see the Supreme Lord, my dear Narada Muni, bring it on. I'm ready. This is the mood of Dhruva. I mean, that was my, dramatization of it, but listen to what Prabhupada says in the purport here. That was Bhagavatam 4.8.36. And this is one of the few times, I think I've only seen it one other time, where Prabhupada uses the word spirit to refer not to the soul, but to one's psychophysical nature. Very interesting. Okay, so, okay, let's keep going over there, the mic.
Dhruva Maharaj indirectly informed the great sage Narada that there are 4 kinds of human spirit: the Brahminical spirit, the Kshatriya spirit, the Vaishya spirit, and the Shudra spirit. Unless a child is trained according to his tendency, there is no possibility of his developing this particular spirit. It was the duty of the spiritual master or teacher to observe the psychological movement of a particular boy and thus train him in a particular occupational duty. Srimad Bhagavatam 4.8.36 purport.
As we saw in the last lesson, the longer Srila Prabhupada expanded the Hare Krishna movement, the more he took a varnashram approach to engaging his followers in devotional service. Whereas surrender to Krishna in ISKCON's early days often meant sacrificing one's natural propensities for the sake of quickly spreading the movement, to make his mission sustainable over time, Prabhupada later sounded more like that Dhruva purport, highlighting the need to serve according to one's natural work. Okay, so here we go. So this is an example of that from a talk, a lecture in Vrindavan. Yeah. Okay, next.
The spiritual master will say that you work like this. That's natural, just like in the school. College, somebody is being trained up as a scientist, somebody is trained up as an engineer, as a medical man, as a lawyer, according to the tendency, practical psychology of the students. He is advised that you take this line. So by the instruction of the Guru, the real purpose of Krishna consciousness, and according to his guna, quality and karma work, he is engaged in a particular occupational duty. Srimad Bhagavatam Lecture Vrindavan, 29 September 1976.
Since spiritual teachers play such a crucial role in helping us find our mission in Srila Prabhupada's mission, how did Prabhupada advise us to select them? So actually this is an audio. I forgot to, we need an audio cord here. Will it reach?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So this audio, oops, sorry. There's Prabhupada. He's actually walking in he's chanting japa in his rooms in Los Angeles, in the Dwarka. But the audio is from Miami. I was there. And it's very interesting. It's a little hard to hear because there's a plane flying over to land in Miami International Airport. But the words are there too. You can make it out. So, this was in, February 75. Here we go.
Therefore nobody should accept blindly any guru, and nobody should blindly accept any desire. They must behave one another, at least for 1 year. This is the instruction by Sanatana Goswami in his Hari Bhakti Vilas.
So here's another one of those, remember we did the Absolute Ascension and I asked you what word Prabhupada edited and he changed moved to removed. So there's one word in this audio that you might wonder about, and what does Prabhupada mean by the word? It's not exactly the word that should be there, but Prabhupada meant something by it. Does anybody know? Behave. Yeah, behave. So what did Prabhupada mean by behave? They must behave one another. Yeah, observe, examine, check each other out. Just because you have a bona fide spiritual master and a bona fide candidate for initiation. Are these two people going to work as guru-disciple? It requires some, I call it transcendental chemistry. They must behave one another. This is the instruction. Okay, so even before the mutual examination begins, it is essential. Okay, and this is before. This is why even before the people take the disciples course, they should take a founder acharya course. I was very happy to see that when I went to Melbourne for the second time in 2019, because I went there in 2013. And when I got back there in 2019, I was happy to see that they had made from this seminar series a founder acharya course. You know, the handbook and assessments and exercises, and they required, I think it's still in effect in Australia, they required every candidate for initiation to first take this. First ground everybody in the founder acharya, and then you can start looking for Diksha Gurus. Okay. So even before the mutual examination begins, it is essential for senior devotees to ground a newcomer in our founder acharya's life, teachings, mood, and mission. When Prabhupada was traveling as the movement's sole initiator, he depended on his local leaders to train and test would-be initiates. In ISKCON's multiple guru culture today, only a trained aspirant will be able to approach initiation with a level head. Too often, by the time people take the disciples course, they've already selected their guru. It shouldn't be like that. It should be that you're grounded thoroughly in your foundation, in your core identity and foundational relationship with the founder acharya. And then you start thinking, so who can best help me? Who's going to bring me closer to Srila Prabhupada? Who's going to enrich, enhance, and deepen my relationship with Srila Prabhupada? Quote, who will best guide and engage me in Srila Prabhupada's mission? Initiation, of course, is only the beginning. The road to finding our ultimate calling, our mission in his mission, inevitably passes through crossroads of purification and consultation. When I was teaching at the Mayapur Institute in Mayapur, we noticed that people who had made the commitment to come to Mayapur, I'm sure it's this way in Vrindavan too, for months, for several months, taken time out to take these courses. The reason they came, the main reason, is because, this is from informally just speaking with the students, is they had reached a point in their spiritual life where they were really ready for some transformation. They wanted something more. They wanted some new direction. And they had been feeling stagnant in their spiritual life, and they really wanted an experience studying Shastra in the Dham, in the association of devotees. And so that was really striking. Of course, they were interested in it was kind of an intellectual interest too, in the Shastra, to take courses and not just read on your own, but have courses. But they really wanted a life change. Yeah, so it was up to us to be part of that, to help them. Not just teach them, but to be personally involved, sort of like counselors, academic or spiritual counselors. Okay. So inevitably, our lives, to find our mission, our lives inevitably pass through crossroads. So that was a crossroad for them to come to the Holy Land and do that. Crossroads of purification and consultation. So I put this image up there from Google Images it's a waterfall, so it's like, you know how water always seeks its own level. So finding our mission, and this mission is all about seeking our true calling, our true contribution to Prabhupada's mission. In his Sri Krishna Samhita, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur observes that before settling our varna, our occupational duty, we must purify our nature. Reflecting on the Thakur's observation, His Holiness Shivaram Swami points out in his Varnashram Compendium. You ever seen this? Is it at BLS? Yeah. Volume 1, Chapter 30, quote, Determining One's Varna, that by seriously and sincerely following the devotional life Srila Prabhupada has given us, we can purify our nature in 3 ways. So this is Maharaj's observation. 3 ways we can purify our nature. Who's got the mic? Gonna read? Okay, here it comes. There you go, read that. Finding our mission.
Finding our mission requires purification by a rites of passage.
Rites of passage.
Rites of passage, sorry. Hare Krsna.
I want to go back. Is that how you say? Is that in Dutch? Rits? Is that how you say it? Yeah. Okay. Rites of passage. And here's what Maharaj said about that. Qualifying oneself, for example, to receive first and second initiation, and committing oneself to the path of celibacy or responsible married life. That's no small thing. I mean, it took me, I lasted about 11 years as a brahmachari. You can just imagine what it was like trying to be a brahmachari in the 70s, or any time, I guess, but, fresh from the counterculture. And then my last year, all of a sudden, I guess my stars, everything changed psychologically for me. And all of a sudden I knew that something was up, So I took shelter of a senior devotee, and I said, because he said to me, Sureshwar, glad to see you in Gita Nagari. I had just come to Gita Nagari. And he said, could you help me compile the Gurukula Handbook? There's an old book called the Gurukula Handbook. And so I said, yeah, I can help you do that, but can we have an exchange here? Can you help me, after I help you do that this summer, it was a summer kind of engagement, could you tell me where to live, what ashram I should be in, and what my service should be? Because at this point in my life, Maharaj, I don't trust my own mind. I trust you more than I trust my own mind, I said, sure. And then, so I helped him compile the handbook, and finally at the end he said, okay, Sureshwar, after observing you, I think you should stay here in Gita Nagari, where there's a lot of senior householders. You should get married and help Burijan with a Gurukula. I said, okay, thank you. Nothing worse than not knowing what you're doing, right? It's just like you're totally on the mental plane. So that was very helpful. That was a rite of passage. Okay, so rites of passage. The next one. Keep reading.
By education and training.
Education and training. Immersing oneself in and allowing oneself to be transformed by systematic scriptural study, such as a Bhakti Shastri degree program, and readily accepting counselor supervision. Yeah, we need to be humble enough to take advice from senior devotees. And one more.
By devotional practices.
regularly participating in Prabhupada's full morning program, either at a temple or in one's home. Prabhupada's morning program includes the 5 most purifying devotional practices given in the nectar of devotion. Those Panchanga Bhakti limbs, anybody know them? Not the first 5, but the most, those practices which provide the most essential nutrients for one's spiritual diet. You know what they are?
Reciting a holy place.
Yeah.
Reading Bhagavatam.
Yeah.
Association devotees.
Yeah.
Chanting Hare Krsna.
Right.
Deity worship.
Yes. Good. Yeah. Now, according to our situation, we may not be able to go to the full morning program, but we can, do the best we can at home. Say we're supporting a family. Does that sound familiar? And we have to run the race. We got a family support, so we have to work. And sometimes we can't work with devotees. Sometimes we have to go away to work, whatever. But at least we can, as much as possible, include those essential nutrients. We can make our home a holy place with sacred sounds, sacred images. Did I mention in Bhagavad Gita? I forget now in Prabhupada's purport to Gita, chapter 13, text 8 through 12. The most essential items of knowledge. In Vivikta Desha se vidvam maratir janasam siddhi, detachment from children, wife, home, and the rest. That's an item of knowledge. Detachment. It's not like, Vedic culture is not like in the West where they say, do you say this here in Europe? Like we say in America, to have and to hold, till death do us part. You say that? Yeah. No, come on. It's a stage of life, Grihastha ashram. It's not like forever and ever until death do us part. That's a formula for coming back to the material world. Right? So in the purport to that verse, detachment from children, wife, home, and the rest, and Prabhupada, he just starts talking about how to make your home Krishna conscious. And he mentions those items. You can, together with the family, you can worship the deity and chant Hare Krishna, study this Shastra, and take prasad together, he said. And he said, so if you can do this, then there's no need to change from household to renounced, because you're already, you're Krishna conscious. You're helping each other. But then Prabhupada turns, he pivots. But if they're not favorable, if they're, I forget how he puts it, it's like they're a threat. Prabhupada speaking from his own experience. Then they should be, he uses the A word, abandoned. That's exactly what Prabhupada did. After 36 years in the Grihastha ashram, 1918 to 1954, when Radharani Day thought that Papa was kidding in his ultimatum, tea or me? Well, I'll have to choose the tea then. Prabhupada turned on his heels, walked out. Never saw him again. Okay, but how do we get into that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So those 5 essential things. So Prabhupada's so brilliant that he gave us, in the morning program, he just gave us these whole things just every day. He gave us a full meal of those essential nutrients. Along with purifying our nature, to discover our mission and Srila Prabhupada's mission, we need to consult with senior devotees who know us well. There's that famous African saying, it takes a village to raise a child. So if it takes a village to raise a child, guess what? It takes a community of devotees to raise a sadhaka, a committed, lifelong devotee. Consultation. Okay, who's going to read? Yeah. No, the next. Take turns.
Joining our mission requires consultation.
Yes. In his conclusion to Sri Krishna Samhita, Srila Bhaktivinoda mentions different kinds of consultation required to settle our varna, our vocation, our calling in life. Here we go.
With trusted seniors who knows us well.
In Srila Bhaktivinoda's time, family elders, the family priest, and village leaders all helped to identify the qualities that dominated an individual's nature, as well as one's attraction to a particular work. Applied to Srila Prabhupada's mission, we need to ascertain the direction of our service with the help of trusted senior devotees who have known and observed us over time. I hear when Urmila Prabhu is coming, she's going to do assessments on department managers. Yeah, is that true? Like vocational assessments to make sure all the round holes are being fit with round pegs. And so she doesn't know you well because she's just coming in, but she's going to give tools, perhaps, to help everybody make their best contribution to the mission. Career Dharma. I've got to get that book at the BLS. All right. That could revolutionize this lesson if I read that book to make it more up to date. Okay, so with trusted seniors who know us well. Next one.
With qualified seers of our past, present, and new future.
This is very mystical, huh? This is what Bhaktivinoda said. So here's what he meant. By seers, Srila Bhaktivinoda means qualified Vaishnava astrologers, believe it or not, who can help guide us to the supreme destination. In his purport to Srimad Bhagavatam 10.8.5, Srila Prabhupada states, quote, "It is the duty of a father to understand the astrological position of his children and do what is needed for their happiness." Also in his Gita Nagari essay in the 40s, Prabhupada said that we will educate the children in our Gita Nagari by birth horoscope and natural tendency. So it takes some doing to ascertain that. When a qualified Vaishnava astrologer confirms in our stars what our seniors observe about us on the ground, that helps us to confidently settle our occupational duty, our varna, our mission in the mission. And here's another one.
With teachers in Varna Ashram College.
Yeah. We need that, again, Varnashram College, because Varnashram culture has been lost, so we need retraining. Here's another quote from those Varnashram walks. Let's see, did I? Yeah, here we go. Read that, please.
Everywhere, wherever we have got our center, a Varna Ashram College should be established to train 4 divisions, 1 class Brahmana, 1 class Kshatriya, 1 class Vaishya, and 1 class Shudra, But everyone will be elevated to the spiritual platform by the spiritual activities we have prescribed.
So it's not mundane varnashram, it's not materialistic varnashram. It's training us in our best contribution so that for devotional service, so that we can use those activities. As Krishna says in the Gita, he says, now hear how by following one's qualities of work, one can become perfect. Last chapter, 1845, and then 46 says, by worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all pervading. Everyone, how does it go? I forget the last, everyone can become perfect, something like that. Yeah, so the very tendencies toward trying to enjoy this material world that we brought into this life, those very activities which bound us before, now they can liberate us if we use them in Krishna's service. Yeah, whatever we like to do. By doing the duties of our varna as devotional service, while following the instructions of our spiritual masters, we transcend our conditioning in stages or ashrams, and ultimately go back to Godhead. And then I've added this. This is the last slide. Let's see here. Okay, not quite yet. Then I say, because, hearing all this, spiritual parents, spiritual teachers, spiritual masters, I don't know about you, but I didn't have this kind of foundation as a child. I mean, some of you may have, because, we have second and third generation devotees now, but, I was, by the time I became a devotee, I was ruined, right, by Vedic standards. So anyway, then this is for myself then. And even if we haven't had the benefit of growing up and living in a varnashram culture, to find our mission and Srila Prabhupada's mission, we can always ask ourselves a few challenging questions. Now, I took this from the self-help gurus that traverse the earth, telling everybody that you can do it, you can enjoy this material world. They write books and they're popular on the lecture circuit, and they've got videos, and you can enjoy, right? And they call it, you gotta find your passion. That's what they say. And there's a clue right in there what they're up to, right? Find your passion. But we all do have passions, but we have to purify the passion in devotional service. So we can ask ourselves a few challenging, even if we're handicapped by having grown up in the Asura Kula and the Asura family and this, everything. Okay, so here it is. So there's a thoughtful man and a thoughtful lady. They're wondering, Here's the challenging questions. Okay, who's going to read? All right.
If I had all the money I needed, what would I do?
Right. I don't know about how it is in Europe, but most people in America, they've done scrupulous surveys. Most people don't like their work. Is it like that in Europe? They just do it to make the money. They never... it's just a job, So, but what if you had all the money you needed? What if you didn't have that excuse? Oh, I'd love to do that, Prabhu, yeah, but I just gotta pay the bills. I mean, if you're lucky if you like what you do to pay the bills. Ambarish told me Ambarish didn't tell me this, but Henry Ford was famous for saying this. Find something you love to do, and you'll never have to work a day in your life. Because it's a labor of love. It's not simply hard-bitten, labor. So what if you had all the money you needed? What would I do? What if I couldn't give that excuse? It's kind of ironic that sometimes we don't do what we love because we're afraid of failing at it. My passion is writing, and I don't do it enough because I'm afraid that I'm going to fail at it, and I'm going to fail at what I love to do. That means I'm a failure as a lover. I love it, but I fail at it, so it's kind of weird. Okay, here's another one. Read this.
If I had all the time I needed, what would I do?
So it's either time or money, right? Yeah, I have no time to go back to school to do that passion, you know. What if you had all the time you needed? What if the kids are grown, you're retired? Or what if you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, where you didn't have to go to work? Like, you know what Ambarish told me? Speaking of Ambarish Prabhu, he said, he has this thick Midwest accent, Sureshwar Prabhu. If I have to come back to this material world, I don't want to be rich again. And it's like, he's got what everybody's chasing. The almighty dollar. He's got it. You know, look what he's doing in Mayapur. Look what he spent $10 million in the BBT Matchdom to make Prabhupada's Pushpa Samadhi. My favorite place to chant japa in Mayapur. And look what he put 27 million in, I think, as seed money for the TOVP. You know, he continues to match donations, and you know he's. So why did he say that? Why did he say, "I don't want to come back rich"? Yes.
He was so bored. He told him here that he was so bored that he would go out and he would throw stones at people's windows.
Wow, he didn't tell me. He told me something else. That's interesting. I guess there's many reasons he doesn't want to come back with a silver spoon in his mouth. He said because when you have so much money, you don't know who your friends are. Everybody's always everybody's, you know, trying to befriend you, but you don't know why are they want money. You know, it's like it's all a business deal. You know, yeah. It's like Shyamsundar told the story about George, you know, when Shyamsundar had to pop the question to George that Srila Prabhupada would like you to pay for the Krishna book. And then George immediately, his face became sour. Oh no, another one. You know, because he was a successful Beatle. But then what happened? You remember what happened?
Yeah.
The lightning struck. David Wynn's house, you know, David Wynn was a sculptor laureate of England. He had, you know, made busts of the Queen so lightning struck the house. The lights go out, and they're all cowering under the dinner table, you know. And because Shyamsundar had told Prabhupada, I don't want to ask him that, Prabhupada, you know, but that's why we're such friends, because I don't ask him for anything, and it's very refreshing for him, you know, just to have a friend, and he's perfect time, he wants Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada said, no, Krishna will help you. One of those Prabhupada miracles, you know, Krishna will help you. And so the lights come back on, and George has got this big smile on his face. Well, what can I say? After that, you know. Okay, I get it, Krishna. You better, you know. How much is it? $19,000. Okay, I'll write a check, you know. Okay, and that was in 1970. I mean, it was like 10 times that much today. Worth. Okay, if I had all the time I needed, what would I do? Now here's one you can really challenge yourself with. And the more specific you can be, then the more of a clue you'll have. If you don't already know, I mean, okay, here it is.
To what specific service am I most drawn and forget time doing it?
And of course, if your passion is, dressing the deities, you better keep your eye on the clock too, right? So that has limited applications, but you know what I mean. It's so you're in the zone. It's like you're one with the Lord, just like Bhishma was merging with the super soul on the bed of arrows, not impersonally, but he was merging in interests with his lover. And he passed away, and everyone became silent, like birds at the end of the day. It's such a dramatic. Okay, so when you ask yourself this, just think, the more specific you can be. So you can't just say preaching. You've got to get more specific than that, because everything is preaching. If the pujari is decorating the deity and offering arti in a way that's going to inspire the guests, that's preaching. It's all about bringing people to the deity, to Krishna. Yeah. Okay, so we have a half an hour for Q&A, but think about that. And maybe Urmila will ask you about that too. All right, conclusion. The answer to any of the above questions may give us a hint of our ultimate calling in Srila Prabhupada's mission. Here we go. So, have all the ladies read? Yeah, I guess they have. Okay, so we're going to have Prabhu.
Let's be all we can be in our founder Acharya's mission.
Yes. So, absorbing ourselves in the life, teachings, mood, and mission of our beloved founder Acharya, with the intent to cooperatively serve, is the perfect foundation for making our best contribution to Srila Prabhupada's movement. As singular and selfless as his own life was, Prabhupada would be happy simply to see everyone do what they like to do for Krishna. That's what Prabhupada would often ask guests. So, who are you? What do you do? What do you like to do? Oh, you could do that for Krishna. Okay, so let's read this. This is a famous purport. I think I forget. Anyway, it's at the end.
It does not matter what one is. One must dedicate everything in the service of the Lord. If one is a learned scholar, scientist, philosopher, poet, etc., then he should employ his learning to establish the supremacy of the Lord. Similarly, if one is a businessman, an industrialist, an agriculturist, etc., then one should spend his hard-earned money for the cause of the Lord. One should try to engage in the service of the Lord. Everything for which one has specific attraction, and that is the way of peace and prosperity. And that is the remedial measure for all the miseries of material existence.
Sarve Sukhino Bhavantu. He just wanted to see everybody happy. Okay, here we go with Prabhu, you want to read the learning outcomes?
Lesson 7. Finding our mission in his mission. Learning outcomes. By now we should be able to recall why Srila Prabhupada appreciated Socrates. Identify the greatest responsibility of parents toward their children. Explain the importance of training children according to their particular spirit. Identify the mutual responsibility of the prospective guru and aspiring disciple. Identify 3 ways we can purify our nature to help settle our Varna. Identify 3 people we should consult to help settle our Varna. Describe the perfect foundation for making our best contribution to Srila Prabhupada's Hare Krishna movement.
Jai Srila Prabhupada. Okay. Questions, comments? Yes, Prabhu.
Why do you think Prabhupada called those children Vaikuntha children?
Yeah, sometimes parents would ask the same question. Did you hear what your ray of Vishnu just said this morning? Ah! Like, I thought these were kids dropping in from the higher regions, and now he's swearing like a sailor. What's going on here? Well, were you here yeah, you were here. Vaikuntha children, because Prabhupada's making the point that they've come into this world, they've been devotees, and now they want to complete the course, and you're their first, you're their guardian. And so you have to be you have to know. Let's look at the letter again. Yeah, very careful to protect them. These are not Vaikuntha children. We are very fortunate. We can give them a chance to advance further in Krishna consciousness. That's a very great responsibility. So don't spoil them. Don't teach them the goal of life is sense gratification. Be kind, but be very clear. And the best way to I'm speaking from my own experience now. I'm just thinking about my dear daughter, Radhika Chandra, who's now, she's going to be 34 next month. Yeah. So the best thing we can do for our own children is to set a good example. Too often parents want their children to be pure devotees, but they're not following themselves. And that doesn't work. That's called hypocrisy, and the kids can smell that a mile away. So, I don't know what else to say. Is that okay? Yeah. Vaikuntha children. Yeah, they're spiritually minded children. Vaikuntha, the spiritual world. So they're not just imports. Remember I made that joke, imports from the lower regions born out of a bottle of beer on Saturday night. No, not like that. Okay, let's see, anybody else? All right, we'll give the ladies a chance. There's the mic.
Thank you, Prabhu. Well, Srila Prabhupada also emphasized the natural contraceptive method. He said one should not become the spiritual master or a parent or husband or wife and mother when one cannot bring their dependence to Krishna. So that is for me something that is very hard to understand, because there's this different necessities of the body, and when the devotees at least want to regulate it by marrying, maybe they're still not there to become the gurus, and also similar for me, sometimes I am asked to give the class, or I'm giving the class a lecture, but I don't feel qualified at all. Like completely not, I can just repeat like a parent which Srila Prabhupada is speaking, but actually proper would be to recite the Srimad Bhagavatam according to what I realized, in order for everyone to get the full benefit.
Definitely.
So can you kindly elucidate that tangent a little bit?
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you, Tulsi Priya, is that when Prabhupada made that comment, is it in the, no, yeah, it's in the script. that he wryly observed. So Prabhupada knows. You can take anything. You can take, okay, so we make those promises. No intoxication, no illicit sex, no meat eating, no gambling. So Prabhupada would define illicit sex differently in different contexts. Sometimes he would just say, so if you want to enjoy, then you have to get yourself married. And you have to take responsibility for it. You have to support a family. So he would sometimes just say no sex outside of marriage. But then when you get down to it, if you really drill deeper, then ultimately it's just what Prabhupada wryly observed, because he knows people coming from, especially Mleccha Yavana backgrounds, aren't necessarily going to be able to do that right away. Here's an anecdote I just heard on a memory series from Narayani Mataji. Okay, our exalted God sister. So she was, I guess in effect, I don't know if she was officially, but in effect, the head pujari in Calcutta. And she was training, Bengali brahmacharis how to worship the deity in Calcutta. So anyway, she, it wasn't her, but she said, a god sister of mine, let's see, let me set this up right. Oh yeah, the lady who ordinarily, and Prabhupada was there in Calcutta at the time, the lady who ordinarily offered Mangalarti didn't come one morning, or she came late, something like that, came later. And so, so Prabhupada noted that she didn't perform her duty of offering Mangalarti. So, so Prabhupada approached her and said, "Oh, you didn't offer Mangalarti, isn't that your duty?" And so the god sister said, "Well, Srila Prabhupada," and she kind of looked down and she said, "My husband and I were intimate last night, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't come." And so Prabhupada said, "No, that's why you must come. If that happened, non-procreation sex, then that's all the more reason why you have to worship the deity." Yeah. So Prabhupada knows that it's a journey, it takes time. But in the name of taking time, we shouldn't postpone it forever and just, enjoy ourselves materially and never get there. So and you can, there's liberal and strict definitions of practically everything that you find in Prabhupada's books. So we have to start where we are, as we were speaking yesterday, and then we have to find the ways and means to get the higher taste to improve that offering to Krishna, so that we come to the right point. And just that sincere endeavor is pleasing to Krishna. That we're actually being serious and sincere. And we might take a step forward and then to take 2 steps back, but we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop because I'm too fallen, Prabhu, Prabhupada shut that down. You're not the most of anything. I'm I'm most fallen. You're not the most of anything, That's another way of trying to get profit, adoration, and distinction. If I can't be the most exalted devotee, I'll be the most fallen. No, you're not the most of anything. Come on. Cut it out. So, anyway, Uncle Sureshwar is speaking from experience. You can try again. And I'm going to die trying to fulfill those initiation vows, in the perfect way, in the best way. And I better get more serious and sincere because I'm running out of time, folks. I'm an endangered species. Prabhupada initiates are dropping like flies. Borijan called this decade the decade of tears, because everybody's passing away, Yeah. So when Prabhupada said that, this is the real contraceptive. Yeah, when we're advanced enough to find intimacy in other ways, to find intimacy, just like in the third canto. What does it say? That the men and the women in Vaikuntha are very attractive, but there's no sex desire because they're so thrilled, to help each other serve Krishna. They're riding together in the same Vaikuntha airplanes, and they're touching each other's body, but there's no. Or in Krishna book too. What was that thing where they were throwing substances on each other and yogurt butter and it was a big party. It was a big, but Krishna is the center of it. So that's that elusive higher taste that we're always hearing about, that we get glimpses of. And when we chant our japa, or we're in the zone, the mission, we've found our contribution, and Krishna's pleased, and He gives us a taste. So the more we do that, the more Krishna gives us more of a taste. Sometimes Krishna just does it just without any qualification. It's called Kripa Siddha, or Kripa. 1972. Am I spoiling something here? Let's see. No, we already did that New Vrindavan thing. So, when Prabhupada, you saw those pictures in the first lesson that Prabhupada's on the Vyasasana, the crimson throne-like dais. And so before Prabhupada came, we were just up at that pavilion waiting for him to come. And he came, toward noon. Finally, he came as the sun burned away the mist. And we were waiting for him. And Vishnujan Maharaj was leading the kirtan. Hare Krishna, Hare. He sang like a deva. He was just. We were in Swarga. We were in heaven, just following him. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. And then, Radha Damodar, which were his deities, he was traveling in a bus, were on the stage. So he's singing to Radha Damodar. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. So Prabhupada comes, and he gets out of Hayagriva's Volkswagen, and he comes behind the curtains, and he hops up on the dais. And he takes his kartal, and he's just following everybody. He's following Vishnujan Swami's lead, because he loved the way Vishnujan sang. And and then, at one point in the kirtan, he stole the lead from Vishnujan. He stole it. We were already in heaven, right? But when Prabhupada stole the lead, and he had the mic, all of a sudden we hear ringing out, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, So when Prabhupada stole the lead, we went insane. You can see it, you can hear this on following Srila Prabhupada's DVD series, Yadavar, when this part came. So I came on, and Satya Narayan came on, and we described what it was like when Prabhupada stole the lead.
There's a recording of that also.
I don't think, no, the recording of Prabhupada's talk was there, but I don't recall, unless there was.
I definitely have a recording. Why was it that time?
When he stole the lead?
And Prabhupada.
Okay, good. Yeah, well, so there's audio, but you didn't see here's what happened visually. As soon as Prabhupada stole the lead, we all got up and we just started moving. toward Prabhupada, like iron filings, to a magnet. And we were being, it was like Radha Damodar and Prabhupada were just flooding the place with Krishna praying. And we didn't know what hit us. We weren't qualified. We were just recovering hippies. And so we got up and we just started moving toward Prabhupada. In this trance, we went insane. We were just like you read about descriptions of Mahaprabhu becoming like a madman, when he's chanting. It was like, we got a little taste of that, a little taste of, it's just a little taste. And then finally, when we didn't know who we were anymore, or where we were, or anything, we hear, Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Pribhara Jagat. And Prabhupada's doing the Premavani. And we just dropped to the grass, swooning. We're like, we didn't know what hit us. I mean, it was just like insane. So sometimes when you hear people give their Prabhupada memories, you hear stories like that, where Prabhupada just sort of parts the curtain and everybody's just, they don't know where they are. Because Prabhupada is just giving a little mercy, a lot of mercy. How did I get into that? I forgot. Oh, the higher taste. Anyway, Hare Krishna. 9:05. So I'm just wondering if Tulsi Priya was okay with that answer. We're going to get there, Tulsi Priya. Yeah. Yes.
I wanted to appreciate the way you addressed the fall downs yesterday evening. In the devotees having problems and falling down, you addressed it in such a compassionate way, I found. Not judgmental at all.
Probably because I've done the same thing.
Yeah, and it's actually so much more balanced way to look at it, because you were mentioning that they were stretched so for such a long time, doing so much service, and maybe not in their right position.
Yeah.
So I was appreciating that.
Well,
it's the first time I hear it like this. We always kind of just say, "Oh yeah, fall down," which actually usually that means you're the next on the list, right? If we judge.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's judge not lest he be judged. Let him who is without sin cast the first stone. Yeah. So, yeah, Prabhupada. I remember when a sannyasi fell, and then in 76, and then people were gossiping about it. Prabhupada got furious when he heard the gossip. It's because of what you're saying about him, you're making it impossible for him to come back. He's too ashamed. And it was right. See, I was indexing the Bhagavatam in LA, and it was this heavy purport where Prabhupada wrote about a sannyasi who gives up sannyas is like somebody eating his own vomit. It's like when you take sannyas, you just give up material life, but then when you fall from sannyas, it's like eating what you've already vomited. And the word is vantashi. That's how the seventh canto ended. And then the 8th canto, the Gajendra pastime came. With Gajendra out of his element, the elephant out of his element in the water, fighting the crocodile. After 1,000 celestial years, I mean, an elephant can stomp a crocodile, but if he's out of his element, he's going to get tired. Gajendra was getting tired. And so it was only because of his previous devotional service that he remembered, Om Namo Bhagavate Rasa, and he was saved. So then Prabhupada takes the opportunity of the Gajendra Leela to then talk about how, Gajendra was getting weak because he was out of his element. He was in the water. And that was the crocodile's element. So Prabhupada says, so if one finds that he is out of his element in the renounced order, This is like, first was the thunderbolt, and here's the rose. Prabhupada's handing the rose. Then go to the Grihastha ashram. He's trying to counteract the shaming, that had happened. Prabhupada would weave in ISKCON current events, externally or subtly, implicitly, into his purport sometimes. And live responsibly as a grihastha. And then finally, then the next year Prabhupada is in Vrindavan and he's incapacitated. And then this sannyasi, now a grihastha, came to Vrindavan to see Prabhupada. And he's come back to devotees, and he's a grihastha, and he's doing business, and Prabhupada, as sick as he was so happy to see this sannyasi, now grihastha, because he had done so much service and he was so sincere, but he couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle the sannyas ashram because he had been given battlefield commission as a sannyasi. I did great service, but anyway, so Prabhupada was so happy. So Prabhupada's asking him, so how is your wife and children? Right? Yeah. So, we get anything, any devotional quality like compassion from Prabhupada. We just have to be so immersed in Prabhupada's life, teachings, mood, and mission, how he lived the teachings. And there's so much to be absorbed in, so many examples. Yeah. Okay. We have 5 minutes.
Because about the astrologers, qualified astrologers,
Good
and
luck with
qualified
that,
seniors, it's not always easy to rely on them, I find.
Yeah, that's why we need to be the change we want to see. We need to be the people that are giving shelter too. Prabhupada would say different things about astrology. Sometimes he would dismiss it, and sometimes he would say what he said in the purport, and then, so one time in Vrindavan, I forget, let's see, what was the context of this? It was in Prabhupada's last year. He had some energy, but he was obviously ill. So the astrologers, one astrologer said, Srila Prabhupada, if you pass through this crisis, you can live to 100. So Prabhupada just said, okay, well let's have some fun. Let's go see the astrologer. Let's have some fun. Let's see what he has to say. Even though Prabhupada's beyond astrology, it was between him and Krishna, what was going on. It has its applications, but in my own life, I've consulted astrologers, but what I've found is that what the astrologers do is they confirm, what you actually already know, but you just have to hear it in another way. Sometimes we just need it confirmed from another angle, a vision. Like in 1987, I wanted to know what I should do. Should I teach or should I write? So Krishna, so I went to Vrindavan for the first VIHE in 1987. Borijan invited me, took some courses, and then it was really enlivening. And then every day I was going before Gaur Nitai and Krishna Balaram and Radhadesh, and I was praying, my dear Lord, please help me with this direction. Should I teach or should I write? And then every time, without fail, I'd go back through the door, and then I'd bump into somebody. Hey, Sureshwar, when are you going to write another article for BTG? Or, hey, Sureshwar, when are you going to teach? Are you teaching class? It was both. So it was like, they go together, right? Teaching and writing. Like Urmila, she's a great teacher, she's a great writer. So I said, okay, thank you. It's not either or, it's both and. I got it. So that they're both are in my chart. One astrologer said, Sureshwar, look at your fingertips. They go up. This is a writing yoga. All right. Okay. So, but I've always been like that. As a kid, I was writing my own comic books. I was a Superman. I collect Superman comics, and I'd write my own comics. Okay, enough of my karma, not my Leela, my karma. So astrology, yeah, it can be useful. Prabhupada said we will train the kids in Gita Nagari by birth horoscope and natural tendency. We'll see what the stars say. We'll see what practically on the ground what they like to do. You know. Anything else? Yes. Okay, in 1 minute, Prabhu is going to pose a question that's going to take us 5 hours to answer later
on. Yes, I was just thinking, my observations so far have been that the things that strike me, and kind of similar, some of the things that struck me in 2011 when I took the course then. And so, one is that...
took this course?
Yes.
Yeah. Or this seminar. It's not a course. We're trying to turn it into a course, by the way. Mm-hmm. To do that, what I said before, disciple, we should do this. We got our strategy.
So, a couple things that strike me is that the Prabhupada's emphasis on Varnashram as we go on and in the seminar, and then the lack of understanding of devotees on this topic, right? Because considering it like controversial, which you addressed with the contextual dates, and then it basically turns for me into like it's very much a Varnashram seminar. I'm just observing, it's and I just thought, what are your thoughts on that and the delay? Because why is this so relevant? And because of the fact that, on one side it's very obvious, like what you said about Prabhupada's destination not being Bhaktivedanta Manor so much as it was to go to Gita Nagari, and this is the things he left us to do. Yet nobody knows that, But
well,
everybody.
let me just give you a short answer. The reason it's so relevant, because just like if you haven't eaten in 50 years, I mean, we need this so badly, and we haven't done it in a systematic way. It's been, there's people doing things. Shivaram Maharaj, Bhakti Raghava Maharaj, a little bit, in the South Indian way by Bhakti Vikash Maharaj, Urmila Prabhu on the other end, career dharma in the modern, and she's teaching the course. So it's so much needed because what Prabhupada displayed, like what Bhagavati said when she came in the first day, with a question about what about, some people say we should just do it the way it was in 1975 and not change anything. Or some people say, no, we got to do everything in 2024 way. We got to throw out everything, and it's extremes. So we have to know. Hey, that's the perfect. Thank you. You gave me the perfect segue into the next lesson. We have to know principles and applications or details, and that's the next lesson. That's the heart of the next lesson today. is to love, is to cooperate, and to know how to cooperate, we've got to understand what are timeless principles and what are relative adjustable details. And so, yeah, thank you very much. So please come. And it's probably the most challenging lesson, because this is Kali Yuga, and to cooperate is a big challenge in the age of non-cooperation. It's not the most fun lesson, but it's the most challenging. The most fun is the one after it, fictional Prabhupads. I just get a kick out of it. Okay, please come 5:30. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Yeah, I gave the change back. He took it then. We charge it in the. Yeah, you have to basically your hand how big is, but I just hand size and then it fits.
Yeah, reading is sort of like if you have extra time, what is the idea? Ja, wij willen dus liberty speech or service, zoals je maakt. Ja, gewoon de vier is reading. If you have extra time, and this also reading. So the classes should also be there, and extra reading. Yeah, that's what I mean. But number one is help, number two is and number three is service. That is our side document. So unless you are healthy enough, invested enough to do a nice supplement, then you can preach and you can do service. But otherwise, it's better to, because I'm in the same boat. So I'm speaking from experience. Misschien wel langer voor je moet eigenlijk geen dames maar je moet echt denken in misschien zelfs dagen en je kan wel een keertje mee niet organiseren. Nee, maar daar zeg ik van, nu zijn we zetten dat je ook bij jezelf kijkt, van kan ik wel op misschien moet jij wel niet op waarschijnlijk wel, maar ik geef een voorbeeld, maar dat je ook, want je bent natuurlijk helemaal in het werk gegaan en dank je wel daarvoor. Maar nu is het misschien ook tijd om te zeggen van, weet je, ik heb misschien wel een van de belangrijke zaken, dat is wel heel erg veel dat ik ja, kan je even praten en als er een spannend zijn, dan mag je Nee, maar ik zeg van, dus rust is het belangrijk. Maar dan kan je als exercise zwemmen kan natuurlijk ook. Zwemmen kan. Ja, maar dan moet je gewoon paraplu nemen. Want hier in België is het ook zo. Verschillende regelen. Verschillende, als het echt regent, dan gaan we het. Maar als het een beetje wissel is, gewoon een parapluutje. Dat is ook wel een daar zijn ook ja, nee, de moeder is daarom waren we al heel veel weg. We zijn op een gegeven moment daar. Ja, we zijn ook wel heel veel. Ja, het is alweer 2 jaar geleden. Maar dan heb je ook tijd om een rijtje te zetten. Niet alleen mentaal, maar ook organisatorisch. Er komen heel veel dingen. Dat kan gewoon extra aandacht. Echt een jaar lang. Dat zijn wel even 3 dagen, 4 dagen terug geweest. Ja, oud, maar niet voor stem was het klaar dat je niet zeggen jong, maar ja, ze was volgens mij 60, ja, dus praten van gaan we naar het ziekenhuis en familie erbij, want dat zijn ook dokters. Ook die van ja, nee, niet echt even langskomen. Dus en dat ze en toen had ze even cervical dat hadden ze vergeten te checken dat ze dus komen. Als ze niet meer checken, was ze niet meer checken. We hebben het jaar daarvoor wel een check-up gehad. En ik moet ook gaan, want ik heb een leuke dag. En ik wil nog een even meegeven. Ja, en ik ben heel zwaar. net zoals jullie eigenlijk.
So I'm trying to see where they're at before they do it.
Ze was weer in de lezing. Nee, ze moet heel voorzichtig zijn. Maar dat gaat ook. Maar toch denk ik dat dat natuurlijk. Ik ben bezig met leer van Nou ja, wat nodig is voor jezelf, wat heilig focus is, dat is alles wat je misschien in de
Ja, dat is altijd geweest. Ja. Ja, nou, dan geef ik een korte uitleg ervan. En u bent hier nog nooit eerder geweest? Nee, nog nooit eerder. Okay. Nou, dit is dus onze tempelzaal. Wij beginnen hier om 4:30 ochtends. Dat valt nog mee, we hadden hier vroeger een koning die daarvoor monnik was geweest. En die vertelde die begin nog van we hebben niks te klagen met altijd. Dan is er een ceremonie op het altaar, er wordt er vuur, water, bloemen, wierook en dergelijke geofferd. En wij aan deze kant zingen dan gebeden. Eindig altijd met de Hare Krsna mantra, anders zou de Hare Krishna's niet zijn. En dan gaan de 5 gordijnen dicht. Dan komen de 5 priesters op het altaar, die halen alle versiering, alle kleding, alles weg. Dan worden de beeldgedaanten gebaat en dan krijgen ze andere kleding. Dus hieronder zijn 3 kamers, het heilige der heiligen. En daar staat, die staan vol met kasten en er hangen 100 sets met kleding voor de dag. En 100 sets met kleding voor de nacht. Dus s'avonds doen we dat en dan doen we nog een keer. Alleen worden ze niet gehaald. En dan krijgen ze ook geen verse bloemenslingers. Veel minder sieraden, want je gaat ook niet met elke morgen, elke dag, elk jaar, hele jaar door. En dan, iedereen die het moet. En dat zijn de priesters die dat dan doen. Ja, want de mensen die hier wonen, wordt verwacht dat ze hier doen. Nou, wordt niet verwacht. Kunnen komen, of kunnen willen. Ja, vroeger toen ik hier kwam, werd dat geëist. Ja. Nu nog hebben heel veel mensen met kinderen, oudere mensen. Nou ja, wij denken dat allemaal mensen die kinderen hebben hier ook, dat kan niet altijd. Ja. En dan ook 6 keer per dag wordt er een eten gekookt voor het altaar. Dus we hebben drie keukens. Aan die kant onder is de grote keuken dat is daaronder, voor de gemeenschap. Dan hebben we daarnaast de ruimte waar we de pannen wassen en dergelijke groenten snijden. Dan hebben we een kleine keuken waar alleen de priesters mogen komen, waar die 6 maaltijden worden gekocht. En dan hebben we daarnaast een klein keukentje waar wij ons eten kunnen opwarmen, waar we thee kunnen zetten. Ik zeg het niet, maar ik heb een eigen koken. Ik heb de luxe kamer. Ah ja. Eigen badkamer, eigen keukentje. En dan in het midden is Krishna met de fluit. Krishna betekent de allaantrekkelijke. Dat is een eigenschap van God, hij is allaantrekkelijk. Naast hem is Radha, zij is de Hare in de mantra. En zij is de godin van de liefde, van de compassie. Ze is de vrouwelijke godsenergie, ze is Krishna's eeuwige metgezelle. En wij benaderen Krishna eigenlijk via haar. Daarom in de mantra begint het met Hare. En er wordt 8 keer Hare gezegd. En maar 4 keer Krishna en 4 keer Rama. Dus zij is heel belangrijk. Het heet hier ook Radhadesh. De plek van Radha. Dan, daarna hiernaast hebben we Jagannath Baladeva Subhadra. Jagannath betekent de heer van het universum. Hij heeft hele grote ogen en daarmee kan alles in het universum zien. En ik zei laatst, hier waren hier een heleboel mensen met klassieke auto's. Die kwamen op bezoek. En toen legde ik ze, die waren hier, deden dit dan ook. En die legde ik uit van met die ogen. Hij ziet alles, maar hij is natuurlijk ook God, dus hij heeft ook een goddelijk geheugen. Dus hij kan ook alles onthouden. En heel veel van die mensen waren heel erg oud. Ik zeg dus aan het eind van hun leven, dan denkt hij van hé, maar die ken ik, die is bij mij op bezoek geweest, dat is mijn vriend. Ja. En er is natuurlijk niks beters als de Heer van het universum als vriend hebben. Ja. En Balaram, de witte gedaante, dat is de Rama mantra. En dat is de bron van alle spirituele vreugde en de bron van alle spirituele kracht. En aan deze kant hebben we Heer Chaitanya en Nityananda die dansen. Heer Chaitanya is verschenen 539 jaar geleden. En hij is eigenlijk het begin van onze beweging. Wij zijn monotheïsten. Hindoeïsme kent een heleboel richtingen. Wij zijn een monotheïstische stroming. Maar binnen het monotheïsme heb je ook verschillende aspecten, verschillende vormen van God die vereerd worden. Veel mensen vereren Vishnu, sommige mensen vereren Jagannath. En wij zijn dan Jagannath en Krishna aan één kant is hetzelfde. Maar wij vereren dus onze stroming is begonnen met Chaitanya. En hij danste dus op straat. Dat is bij hem begonnen. Ja, 539 jaar geleden is dat begonnen. Hij heeft ons de Hare Krsna mantra gegeven.
Dat was in India, hè?
Ja. Ja, en ik weet dat er is een vriend van mij, die heeft ooit de route gelopen, die heeft Chaitanya dus gegeven op reis door Zuid-India. Heeft die route gelopen. Toen kwam in een dorpje waar iedere ochtend, voor het ontbijt, alle dorpelingen van de ene kant van het dorp naar het andere lopen, al Hare Krsna zingend. Dus toen heeft hij gevraagd, goh, hoe lang doen jullie dit al? Zolang we weten. En waarom? En toen zei ze naar een van de dorpsouderen gegaan. En die zei van dat hij had gehoord dat er 500 jaar geleden, want het is ook alweer een aantal jaren geleden, een grote wijze is geweest die heeft gezegd dat ze dat moesten doen. Dus Chaitanya was meer dan 500 jaar geleden in dat dorp geweest, heeft ze gezegd dat ze Hare Krsna moesten zingen en dat doen ze nog steeds.
Ja, het is dat.
Dus dat vind ik wel heel erg leuk.
Ja, ja.
Ja, en dan wat mensen vaak vragen, Belgen die zeggen dat dat heel mooi, waarom doen jullie dat allemaal met die poppetjes?
Ja.
Het is, want wat wij beoefenen is bhakti yoga. Nou, iedereen kent het woord yoga, allemaal pretzelvormen. En
ja.
Wat yoga feitelijk betekent, het is een Sanskriet woord en het betekent verbinding, relatie. En dan specifiek met God.
Ja.
En bhakti is liefde of toewijding. Dus wij proberen een liefdevolle relatie aan te gaan met God. Daar is daar een groot probleem. Ik heb hele materiële ogen en God is puur spiritueel. Dat maakt het allemaal een beetje lastig. En daarom hebben ze in India het systeem van de beeldgedaante, dus heel gevorderde en ervaren priesters. Die kunnen dan in de ceremonie vragen aan God om zijn energie in die beeldgedaante te plaatsen.
Ja.
Om ons te helpen. Nou is dat niet zo'n probleem, want hout, marmer, metaal, uiteindelijk zijn dat allemaal zijn energie al, dus zo lastig is dat niet. En dan wordt zo'n beeld gedaan een beetje als een brievenbus. We hebben hier een brievenbus, stop ik mijn brief in, die wordt bezorgd. Ik weet dat er een heel bedrijf de Belgische Post is met een hoofdzetel in Brussel, maar daar heb ik verder niks mee te maken. Mijn enige relatie met het bedrijf is een brievenbus. Als ik zeg ik ga naar de post, dan weet ik dat vaak gewoon, dat noemen we dat niet veel meer, maar dat ik naar die brievenbus ga. Ik heb in Nederland zelfs voor de Nederlandse Post gewerkt, dus ik weet hoe dat de bedrijven in elkaar zitten. Maar nog steeds, ik ga gewoon naar de brievenbus. Nou, voor mij is die brievenbus niet verschillend van het hele bedrijf. Nou, hetzelfde met de beeldgedaante. Zo'n beeldgedaante voor ons is niet verschillend van God in de spirituele wereld. Ik weet dat hij in de spirituele wereld is eeuwig, maar aangezien ik hem niet kan zien, is dit mijn relatie met hem. En hier bied ik dus mijn liefde, mijn toewijding aan. Hier kan ik die laten groeien, die liefde en de toewijding. En als ik dat goed doe aan het eind van mijn leven, dan is die zo gegroeid dat ik verder kan gaan in de spirituele wereld met die liefdevolle relatie met God. Dus ja, dat is een beetje als een brievenbus. En ja, wij behandelen God dus, God is een persoon. Wij zijn personen, hij is een persoon. Dus we hebben die relatie is heel persoonlijk. Daarom koken we voor hem. Daarom s'avonds bieden we hem een bed aan, zodat hij kan rusten. Ik maak 's middags dus de middag altijd een grapje, want hij krijgt om 12 uur een hele grote maaltijd. En daarna gaat hij rusten. Dus de Indiërs, voor wie dat natuurlijk allemaal wat gangbaarder is, zeg ik altijd van ja, hij heeft een hele grote maaltijd gehad, dus nu moet hij even op zijn linkerzij liggen, want het helpt met verteren. En dan wordt hij om 3 uur wakker, dan krijgt hij fruit en taart. Ziet hij leert het niet, want hij gaat weer een heleboel eten, maar daarna kunt u hem zien. Maar dat helpt mij ook met die persoonlijke relatie. We maken er grapjes over, maar er zit toch iets in. Als het zijn verjaardagsfeest is, dan krijgt hij helemaal cadeautjes. 6, 7 keer per jaar krijgt hij nieuwe kleding. Dit is een van de nieuwe sets, geloof ik. Van dit jaar, 18. Het grote festivals. Deze kleding, de dagkleding, wordt gemaakt in India. En de nachtkleding, daar kopen we dan mooie zijden saris voor en die worden hier gemaakt. En er is een vrouw die doet dat al meer dan 50 jaar. Die zegt 7 keer per jaar. Dan zitten ze in India met zo'n groot borduurraam, een paar grote borduurramen. En dan wordt het patroon van de specifieke beeldgedaante wordt dan getekend op dat raam. En daar zitten dan een heleboel mannen. Toen ik in India ben geweest, waren dat allemaal moslims. En die zitten dan aan het daar op de grond zo te borduren en alles op te doen. En dan iedere 2 uur gaat een bel en dan rollen ze allemaal onder het raam om even te rusten. En dan na een kwartier gaat er weer een bel en dan gaat ze weer door.
Dat zijn dan moslims die daar...
Ja, vroeger waren het moslims. Ik weet niet of het goed nog nu gaat. Vroeger, toen ik in India was, toen heb ik dat een keertje een uurtje moeten overzien, omdat de dame die dat overzag er niet was. Maar vroeger waren dat moslims, ik heb nu geen idee.
Want je blijft dus eigenlijk een deel van het hindoeïsme. Nee, je staat eigenlijk los van het hindoeïsme.
Moslim geloof.
Nee, niet jullie.
Ja, wij zijn
jullie blijven
cultureel, zeker zijn wij hindoes. Filosofisch.
Ja. Omwille van de profeet.
Ja, maar het punt is dat het hindoeïsme is, je hebt het katholicisme, de moslim, islam, judaïsme, het zijn allemaal geloven.
Ja.
Ik kan vandaag een hindoe zijn, morgen een jood, als ik dat wil.
Ja.
En volgend jaar een christen, mocht ik zo willen zijn. Wat wij eigenlijk onze filosofie heet Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana betekent eeuwig, Dharma betekent de natuur, wat je bent. Zoals de Sanatana Dharma van suiker is zoet, Sanatana Dharma van water is nat. En de Sanatana Dharma van de ziel is dat we een dienaar zijn van God. Dat maakt helemaal niet uit wat geloof we aan doen. Een christen kan net zo goed een dienaar zijn van God, mits hij zich strikt aan alle principes in de Bijbel houdt. Er staat in de Bijbel, je zult niet doden. Christen die vertalen dat heel vrij als je zult niet moorden. Zo van je mag geen mensen doden, maar die mag je wel doden. Wij houden ons heel strikt aan ons ritueel, van dat is het idee. Maar dus in principe, cultureel zijn de hindoes, filosofisch dus eigenlijk niet. Want filosofisch zijn wij gewoon levende wezens, een eeuwige ziel, die een dienaar is van God. En wij gebruiken daarvoor dan de cultuur van het hindoeïsme.
Ja.
Omdat dat past aan één kant. Mag je zeggen, ik voel me hindoe?
Nee, is het zo.
Dat is, het is, ja, wij zijn hindoes, nee. Ik ben zo'n vraag met vraag. Ik zeg nou, de korte uitleg is ja, wij zijn hindoes, de lange uitleg is nee.
Ja, maar dat is niet waar het
Dus, oké, nou dat was een hele uitgebreide
uitleg. Ja, maar dat is ongelooflijk.
Als we een foto willen maken, mag dat?
Ja.
Van het altaar. Wij maken nooit foto's van onszelf. Ik zeg altijd, want onze nieuwe gasten die komen altijd met een hele familie, die willen dan bewijzen dat ze hier zijn als eerst niet. En dan zeg ik altijd, maar hij is de Eiffeltoren niet. En we waren hier een tijdje geleden in een nieuwe familie uit Denemarken. Ik zei, hij is de zenuw niet.
Ja. Maar eigenlijk, als ik u zo hoor praten, is als resume van uw insteek om zo te leven, is wat we eigenlijk in principe allemaal willen. Hè? En bij jullie is dat nu toevallig, is dat een groot woord, omwille van een bepaalde profeet, dat jullie een stuk...
Dit is God.
Dit ook?
God. Ja.
500 jaar
ja, dat is ook.
Hij
is een incarnatie. Als je bij de schoenen uitstaan is, dan is schilderij, dat zijn allemaal avatars, incarnaties.
Ja.
En er is een uitleg dat Krishna verscheen en met zijn hele entourage uit de spirituele wereld, meer dan 5000 jaar geleden, om ons te laten zien hoe het ertoe gaat om ons aan te trekken tot hem.
Ja.
Dat werkte nog niet helemaal. Toen is hij 500 jaar geleden verschenen om ons te laten zien hoe we de dingen moeten doen. Dus, en hij heeft ook ieder tijdperk komt hij om ons het proces voor dat tijdperk, want ieder tijdperk werkt anders. We zitten nu in het laatste tijdperk, het tijdperk van lenigheid, van strijd, van ruzie, van helemaal ellende.
Ja.
En vroeger in de eerdere tijdperk was bijvoorbeeld het vereren van beeldgedaanten met heel veel glorie was wat je moest doen. Yoga-meditatie, maar toen hadden mensen leefden veel langer, dus dan kon je een paar duizend jaar lang mediteren en kon je misschien daarmee perfectie bereiken. Met ons leven en de ongezonde lichamen en alle verstoringen kunnen we dat nu niet. En het programma voor dit tijdperk is het chanten van de Hare Krsna mantra. En daarom is het wel verschillend. Dus wij zijn monotheïsten, dit is allemaal Krishna.
Ja. Bijvoorbeeld, dat is bijvoorbeeld het verschil met islam en met het katholiek, het christelijk geloof. Ze hebben dan een bepaalde profeet gehad en dat werd dan altijd niet geloofd. En met de moslims zeggen ze van ja, maar dat was onze profeet, die heeft ons die weg willen wijzen. Maar jullie zeggen effectief van het is hij, het is dat, het is onze God.
Dat is spirituele leraren die komen. Dus die zei van wij noemen ze geen profeten. Maar zoals Jezus wordt van gezegd, hij is de zoon van God.
Ja.
Nou, uiteindelijk zijn we allemaal zoons van God en dochters van God. Wij zijn allemaal levende wezens, dochters van dan. Levende wezens is vrouwelijk. God is de enige mannelijke persoon in het gebeuren. Dus wij zijn allemaal dochters van God. Maar Jezus die is daar heel bewust mee omgegaan. En zo hebben wij dat ook onze spirituele leraar Prabhupada. Die is daar heel bewust mee omgegaan en heeft dat heel bewust heeft in een wereldwijde beweging gemaakt om mensen te helpen om terug te keren naar God. Dus in dat opzicht is een spirituele leraar niet zoveel verschillend van de profeten en van andere religies.
Ik stel dan de vraag gewoon, zijn er ook mensen die hier komen, die gewoon de weg kwijt zijn in de maatschappij en die hier komen?
Hebben we ook.
Is dat met een proefbier?
We gaan even
Ja, dat kunnen we doen.
Dan kan ik niet zitten.
Ja.
We kunnen in de schoenenkamer zitten. Dat zijn bankjes en stoeltjes genoeg. Nee, maar dat is
Hare Krishna,
We